Welcome to part 3 of our adventure in MIO Memories in Orbit. We've made very significant progress, especially after collecting a vital movement skill in the middle of the previous sitting, where we now have the Strider's ability that allows us to walk on walls using the same energy pool as the hairpin grapple. And right now we're at a little bit of an impasse in that at the end of the previous stream, we started poking around with this boss fight that we discovered up here. It's a twin fight with Sol and Vin. And we spent well over an hour on that, just mostly trying to survive the first few hits, because it has the rather unique property that it takes off the entirety of my character's white diamond health that you can see in the top left corner, the protective coating on the first hit. So even if I stack it up to 5 points, which I have the ability to do, the first hit just wrecks all of that, and the second hit just slices through the rest. So it's a very quick fight where you're only allowed to take 2 hits, and I don't see any way that we've been able to manipulate or extend that so far. However, we did get enough of the dodging pattern down into a fluent state that I did manage to progress to fight to about halfway in and see the transition to the phase 2 complication where some platforms begin to disappear on you. I'm just going to check before I go back out there for more attempts whether we like the current setup that we're going with. I'm still not entirely clear on how the Hands of Greed actually scales, but given how quickly we take several points of damage on this fight, I think it's been useful. And other things I think we'll probably keep as is, unless there's a reason why we might want to switch over the combo attack over to the low energy attack instead. That would just be for phase 2 because we're likely to use the grapple a lot more heavily at that point. But I think we'll keep what we have right now. We want the fast recharge on the energy because we do need the hairpin grapple to dodge as much as possible. But we'll see how we do. 069, you just beat this boss yesterday. Congratulations. Last time we were here, I know you said you hadn't actually found the encounter yet, but you saw exactly where it was on the map over here, so we'll see. Like I was saying at the end of the previous stream on my last attempt, I did get into phase 2 with it. I did manage to drop the platforms. And so a lot of it is just reading the dodging pattern, and I'm sure we'll have to shake out a couple of bad attempts initially and get sliced up right away while we just kind of get back into the rhythm of it. But let's see how it goes. It does seem like we're very underpowered for it, and that we have many options to go elsewhere first, but we're learning it steadily, and we've made enough progress that I want to push on just a little bit more for now. So yeah, I just need to prepare later for the grapple points being in midair. Okay, so the positioning of the swords tells you how they're going to attack. There's usually a bit of a safe zone close to the center. We just need to get in the habit of... Oh, no, that's a bad start. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was a misread right on the first hit, and as you can see, we did not last very long at all. It's okay. I expected a little bit of adjustment while we just get our heads back in the game, because it took many attempts for some of the pattern reading to start becoming subconscious, so we can kind of focus on the player positioning. Just needed a warm-up. That wasn't really even a warm-up. We just got hit twice, and then that was it. Didn't get a single word in edgewise. I didn't even finish my introductory sentence about reading the pattern. Anyway, it's the sword positions that we need to look for mostly. They do either a downward slash an arc through the bottom middle, kind of an angry sun pattern, so to speak. And also a throw towards the ground at a very sharp angle that is always followed by a follow-up attack once the respective character has rejoined the sword. So we need to just watch out. And that was already late, yeah. Again, just need to get our head back into it. And just... yeah. Jumping towards the center is ordinarily safe. That is a move that tells us to go outside. The swipe here, it tells us to go outside again. There we go. Okay, stabilize it a little bit after first hit, early on to dodge. Later on, they do port around a little bit as well, and so we need to watch out for fake outs. We shouldn't have stayed dead center that time. Center allows you to dodge the downward sweep consistently. But if anything else is going to hit you, such as the thrust or the downward strike, that's straight down the middle, then you do still need to dodge that either by shuffling slightly out of the way or by hitting the dodge timing accurately, which sometimes we've had a little bit of trouble anticipating, so. Well, given that I got hit right away at the start of that, at least we're starting to get some dodges down again. And we'll see how things go from there. Part of it is just getting the brain and the fingers up to speed again and attuning oneself to the rhythm of the fight after a couple of days off, so let's see how much of our knowledge we can get back. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, nope, that was not fine. I was trying to watch them both at once, and that did not go well. That's... the thing about fights like this is that, you know, part of it is just visual distraction. Whoops, and I knew I had to get out of the center on follow-up swipe, we just didn't go far enough. I actually wasn't completely reading which direction it was going to go with that. It follows the direction of the throw, usually. The throw happens at a very steep angle, but it does pick a direction, and I think the swipe tends to follow that direction instead of reversing, from what we can tell. So we'll have a little bit of time to regroup here in the lift all the way up top every time we fail, which is sometimes very swift. But we'll see how long it takes to put this together. If we can kind of stabilize enough to rejoin where we left off progression-wise with the transition into narrow platform phase, then we can just keep learning from there. Staying alive is the absolute top priority. That was jumping a little bit early out of that one, but... okay. Let's see, when they swing like that, we need to watch where they're going. Because they're winding up for some kind of attack. Yeah, get out of the follow-up. And in the middle, and then... doing okay so far this time, but later on when we lose platforms, oh, bad jump timing that time. Yeah, do need to have that dodge available as an emergency when we do miss. Oh, nope, and yeah, I saw that coming, and I just kind of got distracted by the second attacker there. Okay, that was an improvement already. We know what kind of mistakes can happen. It's already a better start in terms of just getting back into any kind of playable state at all. And we can enjoy the view here from the embedding lift every time we go up. Yeah, later on, of course, with the platforms on the side tracting, we'll need to make even further adjustments. And of course, the fake out that they do later on, even before you get to the phase 2, as it were, that will definitely need a look as well. Okay. Let's go do a swipe. We just need to stand way out of the way. We won't be able to stand that far. Oops. Later on, when the platforms drop. And yeah, that just kind of threw off my positioning once again. Couldn't get out quickly enough. Sometimes we can't get out quickly enough. That's the time when we actually do need to hit a hairpin grapple instinctively, which we haven't been using at all so far in this phase because I wanted my position to be reliable, but sometimes we do need it as an escape. So that's something we'll need to familiarize ourselves with before too long, one way or another. But yeah, we can dodge consistently enough again to get past the first phase, and that will be a very good sign. And also a further sunk cost that traps us in here for even longer. Alright, let's watch it. Stood a little too close there, but luckily didn't get hit. Yeah, just need to do a lot of hit and run. Staying alive is the biggest priority by far, and that was a risky dodge, and yeah, dodge wasn't cooldown that time, we couldn't do it. Takeouts are starting to happen. Oh, nope. Got faked out by that slightly. I jumped out too early. I was expecting the attack to come in earlier. We tend to get off the ground too early with that attack when they both try to pinch you at ground level. I usually find that I'm just barely able to get over it as is. So, don't want to expend the jumps or the dodges so early. Some improvements there for sure, though. But yeah, we just need to bash our heads against this for a while and see if we go anywhere with it. It is absolutely the biggest difficulty spike in the game so far. But let's focus on this one for now. Okay, just need to really control your double jump timing. Oh, nope. thought I stood far out enough, and that was not the case. So back down to only being able to take one hit. And yeah, no, you can't get around the arc that way. You do have to go center. I sometimes hesitate a bit and go off the top corner. Maybe you're able to get around that by just grappling off to the side, but then we would be at risk of falling into the pit. So we'll see. We're probably underusing the grapple movement generally, be it at one of the anchor points or on the boss itself. The bosses themselves, perhaps. But we'll just make steady incremental improvements where we can until we just live long enough to see it through. Really can't take too many risks here. Nope, too early on the dodge. Yeah, when I'm trying to save my dodge for the down swipe like that, we have to watch that timing. It's okay, we'll just learn the pattern bit by bit. Nope. And yeah, we really need to stay center for that, but sometimes you just need to make a really quick decision about where to stand as you see things come in, and in terms of what you're saving the dodge for specifically. Because you do need to pick one of the attacks if it looks like you are standing in the way of something. Staying in the center worked best last time. We should try not to be thrown too far off that approach just by a few bad dodges. So let's keep pushing. You know, since they slice off so much health anyway, it might actually make sense to grab that upgrade where you try to squeeze out an additional 15 points by sacrificing 1 health. That might actually be useful for this one if we have something that we use those points for. That'd be helpful. Nope, I was trying to dodge that and it missed. And yeah, that didn't work out at all. I was trying to get out of the center and once again. Okay, so this is an interesting thought. Let's say we extend our allocation matrix by an additional 15 points. What would we use that would actually be useful? We'd need to give up an additional 5 points, probably something on the UI. Probably just our own health, because honestly, you're taking 2 hits, it truly doesn't matter. But if we take an additional 20 pointer, you see this one's not going to be very good because you can't actually take that much damage. This might help. Go foolish ideal on it. Given the regularity of the movement pattern, I don't even know if the after image will matter. Anyway, that's a thought. Right now, we need to survive long enough to even get some damage down. Obviously, we're not really using the energy pool that much until the second phase when we get into the grapple more heavily, but maybe if we have the damage increased, that's a reason to use the grapple much more often. And yeah, you said you always had issues when they started teleporting around. I definitely got caught by the fake out a bit because their fake out and then their follow-up attack is faster than my cooldown on to dodge, it seems. So if I overcommit to dodging early because I think they're about to swipe, then I'm stuck for the actual hit. There is that flash when as the enemies commit to the attack. But usually you're already preparing to dodge just based on their position before you see that, right? So. But I think they only give you the attack flash when they're actually going to commit to the swing. But between watching the two bosses, you know, that's much too subtle a clue to respond to properly in the heat of the moment. So. Okay. Oh, no. Was trying to get out of the center there. Did not work. Get out. And then, yeah, we need to save the dodge for situations like that. So, okay, learning the dodging patterns is most of the battle, so. Watch the follow-up. Well, it goes really quite far. We're going to have trouble with that attack when we lose ground on the outside. I just don't know how we're going to stand against that, but we will have to figure that out. That's a significant unsolved problem for the later phase. Okay, let's watch this carefully. Can't really even watch the health bar, to be honest. Oh, nope, I spoiled the dodge too early. I used the dodge before the right side attacker was able to come down, so. Had it on cooldown, and we were just right in its path. Yeah, because it's a pretty long delay between dodges. I'm sure that's something that we can improve with some kind of modifier later on if we find something dodge related, but we certainly don't have access to anything like that yet. You really do notice what a difference it is in this game compared to something like the two Hollow Knight games. That you don't have any health replenishment in the middle of the fight. That does become very conspicuous, especially in a fight like this where they're peeling off so much damage at once. So yeah, sometimes I have trouble with them doing patterns where neither of them are actually doing the lower arc, where, for instance, one of them is doing the downward throw, one of them is doing the downward strike. That one has been catching me, that particular combination, because we don't have a good method for it just yet. Okay. Let's just watch carefully. Okay. Oh, nope, I was trying to dodge out of that. I still had it on cooldown there, though. I knew I was standing too close, but I was trying to dodge out of it regardless. Okay. Yeah, I need to be so far off to the side. We need to start practicing just using grapple on that, even though the ground is still here, actually, because otherwise that pattern is going to smoke us later. Well, surviving longer than usual, I was about to say, and then we just got hit. There's a lot to watch there. That was definitely the best attempt so far in terms of just staying alive, though. We haven't really been able to get very many hits in, but it doesn't matter too much when the pattern doesn't become more complex. I mean, the reason to get more hits in is to just reduce the amount of dodging that you need to do overall, but we'll see, because, like I said, best attempt was kind of right at the 50% mark this time, if that was where the phase transition was. And I think we were getting much of the way there on the previous attempt. Okay. Yeah, big swipe. Big swipe this way, good. Okay, that was a little bit close. Let's watch. There's a little upswing here. I don't always know what that little upswing pattern means as they're preparing to attack. Whether that leads to any change in pattern that I need to be aware of. That's one hit for our side already, so that's... Okay. Stand out. Okay, you had to be all the way on the edge, and later we just do not have those platforms available anymore, so... We'll need a bit of aerial play here. Oh, nope. I fell off when I was trying to dodge. Yeah, that did not work. That, however, was otherwise largely successful. But once you take even a single hit there, things start getting a little bit tense. That's okay. Lasting longer is just that, you know, we conspicuously don't have a game plan for once the side falls out. Well, it just takes work, and we are starting to stabilize a little bit here. It's just that one mistake costs you so dearly. I think on the attempt where we got to phase 2 last time, I actually did stay at full health until that point. Wow, that was a bad start. Yeah, that threw me off immediately, so no surprise that that lasted seconds. Just completely whipped the very first dodge. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. And that the tiles have been kind. Over here, the tiles have been very kind. I hit a personal all-time high score in an over-the-board club game last week. This is Scrabble we're talking about for anybody listening. But yeah, it was 674. It was way over my previous record. I previously had a game down into 630s or something, but I've never gotten anything close to that. So it was a very unique circumstance. Okay, oh, fake out. Actually managed to hit the dodge that time, which follow-up's coming on the left side. Okay. And then here comes the swipe. Almost got smoked by the swipe there. Yeah, no, that trapped me in a bad position. I need to start thinking about how we could maybe use the grapple to get out of certain positions like this. Like, towards the enemy, rather, not just the grapple point on the side. That was rough. Very near thing on that dodge. Oh, thank you so much for the cheers. And yeah, it might have been my first game with 6 bingos on the board. I don't know if that's the case. I didn't even need any triple triples or anything. I just played 6 bingos. I don't think that's happened before. I've had a couple games with 5. I've actually, I think, had a decent number of games with 5, but everything just needed to fall out of the bag the right way, you know, and the remarkable thing about it was that it was a fast game. I had just an unprecedented amount of time left on the clock because everything was just easy to spot and you just had so much open space, right? That there wasn't a lot of decision making if you just managed to see the words. So, just absolutely one of those miracle games where everything fell into place. And this was in WoW Lexicon too, it wasn't even in Collins. So. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, like if you bingo 6 times, you've used half the bag, right? Just on those plays alone. Oh, out. There we go. No really tricky patterns this time yet, but let's be careful. Ooh, just out range. Very close, that one. Oh, nope. I went the wrong way on that. Thought it was going to swipe the other way. Just misread that. Okay, swipe. Yeah, the swipe does have a little bit of an arc that will hit behind it as well, so you can't just, you know, pick the right direction and hope that it saves you. You do need to stand way out of the way. That was a very near miss as well. Getting further than usual. Okay. That was saved by the dodge that time on the arc coming in. That was saved by the dodge as well, actually. I actually got the right timing down for once. That's how you need to play. That was an early dodge, but luckily we had a good position. I think we're close to the platforms dropping down. Here we go. Phase 2, first time today. Just have to tap where we can. Now, where's it going to get tricky? Dodge accurately, we just couldn't get a swipe in. Okay, oh, no. Alright, best attempt yet today, though. Best attempt by a long shot. And yeah, just Benzo, in terms of tile turnover, it's not even like I gained any tempo from challenges either. Nobody lost any turns, no phonies on the board, nothing like that. It was just such an open board where you just had exactly the right draws, rather. And it's funny because I actually had one turn where I missed a bingo. And it was one that I saw on my rack, and I didn't play it because I wasn't sure about it. I had min bars, and I was staring at that and thinking, am I just thinking of mini bars? And so I actually had that laid out in my rack, and I had an open spot for it and everything, and I didn't play it. And so of my, I think I made 11 moves total in that game. 6 of them were bingos. One was a 50-point J play. And then one of those remaining plays was when I had the bingo in my rack and missed it, right? So that kind of tells you just how ridiculous the draws were in that game. It was just the most preposterous thing I've seen come out of the bag. On my side, anyway. Well, on the positive end, I've seen worse when it comes to bad situations, perhaps, but... Oh, mind that dodge. Okay. Things are at least stabilizing a bit here. I'm just not usually losing immediately anymore in the first few seconds. And if we can keep that up, then we might have a playable situation here. Oh, standing a little too close in the middle, but luckily got out of it. Stay grounded. Stay away. Jumped a little too early there, but we made it out. Platforms are coming down. No hits so far. Okay, actually got out. Can't reach them just yet, though. And I have not been able to swipe at them, unfortunately. Okay, actually got out. The grapple. Oh, no! It stood too long. Wow, what a terrible mistake. That was such an easy one to dodge, too. Yeah, I whiffed such an easy one after dodging so cleanly for so long. Well, the music's kind of developing here because we've lived long enough to earn it. If you survive long enough in a fight, you get to hear more music, you know. That was also a very near thing. Oh, no. Got caught. That was by far the best attempt, and we know that because we actually survived, again, long enough to hear the music track develop and escalate. Yeah, too bad that we made such a silly mistake on a very easy part of the pattern, which was the one where you just jump up. But that's looking promising. That's looking like it's something clearable at this stage. But sometimes you just need to draw a good combination of what kind of attacks are coming in, some of the positions for the exact combinations of the enemy trajectories can be a little bit tricky to work with. So we just need to roll this again until it sticks. Let's get back into the zone here. Now the good news is... Oh, that's bad. The good news is that we actually did get a good bit of practice on dodging using the grapple points in that previous attempt, that we did figure out a way to make it work. Because that's a very necessary part of the skill set here. The unfortunate thing with Phase 2, though, is that we could rarely get close enough to actually hit the enemy after dodging. So that still needs some work. But having one really deep attempt at this point is very promising. Prior to this, the most challenging fight we had was Atmos, the weather control robot that we saw in the previous stream. That took about half an hour of attempts, including all the running back, and that's, you know, pretty gentle by Nunra standards. This one, between the end of last stream and the beginning of this one, we're starting to come on to the 2-hour mark, but that's still not quite in the territory of even some of the middle-of-the-road fights that we were seeing in Silksong, I think. I mean, I guess once we got into 2 hours, that was getting into the higher end, like Savage Beastfly and so on, but... And the Craw fight. But, you know, this one just has a lot of repeated attempts just from how hard they hit, and that you're only allowed to take 2 hits. And the fact that you do need to ride the lift up every time, which does add to the calculation a little. Now that's a pretty bad start this time. We really needed that entry into the second phase with no damage that we got on our best attempt. And we did get away with a lot of very fortunate dodge timings on that round as well, when we were doing well. So yeah, tricky, and as I was saying, I think it's pretty clear that I'm doing this fight prematurely. There's a lot of map to explore that we were able to reach at this point, and we don't have to be here by any means, but since I'm learning the pattern, here we are. 06i, am I interested in the direct tomorrow? That's Tomodachi Life, right? I never played Tomodachi on 3DS, so I only have a very vague sense of it. That is the weird offbeat game where you import all your Miis and they go on wild emergent adventures in combination with each other. That's just the very vague notion I have of what Tomodachi Life even is. I was told earlier today that apparently the physical resale prices on the 3DS game have absolutely skyrocketed, even by the standards of the crazy 3DS market at the moment. But it's one of those... Oh, yikes. I totally didn't read that as a throw. But yeah, I'll probably see what's shown off about Tomodachi Life just out of curiosity. It's not something I really had on my calendar for this year, just out of ignorance of the series, really. I know we were told last year that we are expecting both it and Rhythm Heaven on the Switch this year. And I'm kind of glad Rhythm Heaven isn't taking the slot, because that's a much bigger deal for me, and I have to move a lot of plans around it. They're essentially two very high priority releases on the calendar for me this year. And one is Fire Emblem, of course, and the other is Rhythm Heaven. I don't know if I'll stream it necessarily. I find that in the past, streaming and anything rhythm-based, like very rhythm-based platforming challenges or boss battles or etc., don't necessarily mix. It's hard to talk while doing it, let's just say. I mean, it's, you know, fun to show off, but it's hard to talk while keeping the beat. Oh, in a video game. But we'll see. I mean, it's yeah, definitely something of great interest to us here. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see whether the new Tomodachi Life takes off like the last one did. I mean, the previous one I think actually did come quite a few years into the 3DS lifespan and was a big surprise hit given circumstances. But I don't know how much of that was just due to other sort of situational factors at the time that gave it a lot of exposure. Beyond what its usual audience might be, and we'll see if that can be replicated. Kind of interesting that they're launching it, or at least showing it off rather, promotionally, so close to everything with the Virtual Boy accessory and Virtual Boy support for the Switch Online subscribers. And given that, one thing I do remember about Tomodachi Life on the 3DS was that when they were first showing it off, that was kind of the biggest official acknowledgement of the Virtual Boy from Nintendo in a very long time. And oh, as this object of cult worship. Come on. Bad start, but we're still alive, so we can at least practice the dodges. Swipe is going in. Definitely things to improve here when it comes to just being able to attack into the pattern somehow. Oh, it's going to come in this way. Dodged around it, luckily. I was in a bad position for the follow-up swipe, but I hit the dodge timing correctly for it. So, okay. That was actually very misplayed, but we made it out. Haven't been able to get a hit in here, though. The best time to get a hit in is actually when they do the double downward swipe, like right here. That's the best time to attack. I don't always get that, though. We don't get the pattern that often. I say as we get it twice. And there we go. You see, when you get that double downward swipe, then you have a clear opportunity to actually attack, which we often don't get. Okay, music's picking up again, and not for long. Like I said, I definitely haven't had much of an opportunity to peek over at the life bar in the top right. I find that percentage-wise, the life bars are a little hard to read sometimes, because for the boss life bars, they deplete from the left side. There's a little black area on the right side that's actually just a margin, I think. But the white bar is the boss's health. And it depletes left to right, like it shrinks towards the right. But because on a light-colored background, the left side boundary isn't entirely clear, I don't actually have a very good reading of how we're doing percentage-wise, so at least not at a glance when I'm in the middle of dodging everything else. And so given that, I'm absolutely dependent on other clues such as the phase transition itself and the music picking up as an external cue of how we're doing for survival. Now, we took a hit very early on in that last attempt and still made it pretty far regardless, so absolutely room for improvement, but it's a positive sign. Because we're dodging maybe even too much and losing the opportunity to attack in. Going up. Oh. Or hits. That's better than usual. Early on to dodge, unfortunately. And that threw me off completely because we just didn't get the landing down after that too. Recenter ourselves. Okay, let's give it another go. Definitely a little bit of unpredictable sloppiness to work out here. Okay, at least I dodged that all right. I was not totally confident that we would make it out of there. Still haven't been able to follow up and attack in very much at all. Let's watch this carefully. So they prepare that upswing, and then it doesn't seem to affect anything. I mean, it just tells you that the pattern is slightly delayed. It doesn't tell you anything about what they're actually going to do, as far as I can tell. Okay, so they swing, and then get out. Okay, just need to get out there. There's a pretty clear opportunity this time. Platforms go out. Still at full health. Need to prepare to grapple escapes if it's necessary. Sometimes you just need to do like a little single hit there. Double hit there, not much, but oh, that's unfortunate. At least you're invulnerable slightly if you get hit and then fall. That's a lot of health left on the bar. I can see just a lot of white there, and glanced over for a moment and realized, wow, it looks like we have a lot to go still. It's okay. We're hitting the development of Phase 2 music more often now, so it is progress. Steady progress. We might not do much today other than this fight, but by golly, we're doing this fight. Yeah, it doesn't look like it gets any more complicated at this point. I mean, there is so much health remaining, though, that there's absolutely room for some further escalation. But this is beginning to look somewhat manageable, just with more perfect play. Okay, let's see it. You can actually hit domestic go up. Can't always be so fortunate as to catch them there, though. But any kind of optimization that just gets us through this phase faster and cleaner would be welcome. Wow. Can't believe I hit that dodge. That was very much by instinct and could have gone quite... Okay, there you go up. Now what happens? Didn't stand too close, luckily. Platforms come out. Okay, that went a little faster than usual. We got more hits in, that's why. Watch carefully. Okay, it didn't get swiped, luckily. Oh, no, stood too close. Thought I could get out of that one. I'm trying to see if there's a regular pattern to how many teleports they do. It's usually 3 to 5 before they attack in, and I think there is a little bit of variance to it. It isn't a reliable number. So you just need to watch. But I think it's usually minimum 3, but we can't count on that. We just have to watch the pattern and just kind of keep our powder dry when it comes to having the dodge available. That felt like the best attempt yet. I don't know if it actually got as far health-wise as some of the previous good attempts that we had, but subjectively that felt like the most successful time we've had so far. Had a very clean phase 1 with a couple of extra attacks in that we didn't previously get. Mostly got out of the phase 2 pattern, but with some mishaps. But we managed to counterattack a little more successfully there as well. I didn't really get a good read on the health. I could see there was still a big patch of white up there, but if we can just maintain a little more consistency in phase 2, I think we can get out of this as long as we don't have too many more additional complications coming out of that. Okay, let's watch carefully. Again, center is usually pretty safe, but it depends on what kind of attack is coming in, of course. Like sometimes the downward spike is actually the likeliest thing to catch me if I'm just jumping center every time. You do need to get slightly out of the way if the downward spike is coming, but not so far off that you get hit by the crescent that's sweeping down below. Yeah, it kind of is like up and slightly off center. Be very attentive. Nope. I was trying to pick where to go there and we just hesitated a moment too long. So, not completely clean coming into this phase, but we'll learn what we can and maybe the music will pick up for us if we survive long enough. Burned to dodge too early. Yeah, I saw the problem there. Burned to dodge too early, so didn't make it to the next phase of the music after all. Oh well. It's okay, we've had harder fights in recent memory in other games, just not in this game. It has felt distinctly more manageable than it did just an hour ago. And we just need to keep riding that to a higher level of polish. Oh, no, I didn't see that it was his thrust for some reason. I misread that it's a sweep. That was a bad start. Huge mistake early on. It's a big misread. Nope. I didn't land on the ground quickly enough to get into the next jump. I find in so many respects the biggest adjustment in this game is that you do need to spend a decent amount of time grounded. Part of it is the energy recharge, but even if you're not using the energy-based skills all that actively, a lot of it is just making sure you have your jumps available. And currently with the long cooldown on the dodge maneuver as well, you really can't spam your way through anything. You do need to save the ability to move the way that you need for when you actually need it. Let's watch it again. Off to the side that time, almost missed it. Oh, good thing I hit the dodge there. That was a bad position for standing. We just managed to hit the dodge timing correctly for once. And that rescued me out of a situation that we really should have taken damage in most cases. Nope, missed it. Stood too close to center. Actually got 2 swipes in on the side that time. That's better than usual. Watch carefully. Platforms come down. Now we only have 1 hit remaining. That's available to me. Nope. Whiffed to dodge. I got faked out a little bit there. I was expecting the attack to come 1 port earlier. Yeah, when they're porting around, you kind of had to stay grounded until something actually happens. I think when one of them is porting around, the other one doesn't actually attack you yet. Like, you don't have a situation where one of them is porting and the other one attacks first while you're dodging. But I'm not certain of that yet. It seems to be the case, and that's information that we can use. That when you're waiting for the attack from one of them, the other one doesn't poke you prematurely. At least it seems not. But we'll have to see. And again, we took damage too early on that attempt anyway. That could have gone better for us to get through more of the second phase. Let's watch carefully. Sometimes you can get 2 swipes in on that, sometimes we can't. Definitely opportunities to grapple in close and hit them more, but right now I'm just trying to stay alive. That's got to be enough, right? Yeah. Nope. Too close to the middle. Yeah, when both of them have that sharp angle down, that is tricky to deal with. I think you'd kind of have to grapple out of something like that. Yeah, so the partner doesn't attack until one of them is finished teleporting, I think. Nope, couldn't get out in time. I had to grapple out there, but we whiffed it. But it does seem to be the case. So when one of them is teleporting, the right thing to do is to just stand on the ground and wait patiently because the other one's not coming in. So if we can react to that better when you have some complicated positioning, that can happen at a moment's notice, then we'll be much more successful. I'm definitely considering whether there are opportunities to play aggressively and grapple up to one of them, but there's some part of the pattern where they're not really swinging around too much, but we don't want to take too many risks with that at the moment. There are definitely ways to do this much, much faster. We just I'm too cautious to take note of them. Yeah, always wait for them to finish boarding. A bit late in that jump, but not as late as that one. This should get me over. Exactly as predicted. Nope. Couldn't get it in time. Jumped the wrong way, actually. And hesitated. That's okay. Again, we took 1 damage too early. And we were getting far after that regardless, so... just need one solid attempt to be clean and consistent enough, and there's not much to do but practice it. I mean, I'm definitely thinking once again about whether we can reconfigure badges to the modifiers rather to sacrifice 1 health, free up the additional 15 points, shuffle a few things around, and then maybe apply some kind of 20-point ability that gives me a very slight but critical damage increase. But apart from energy expenditure off of using the grapple on the hairpin in phase 2, I'm not sure what we'd actually consider using for that. If we did free up the points. Okay. Not too hard to read that. Sometimes they kind of desynchronize from each other a little bit, but we just need to know where to stand. No, couldn't reach. Yeah, if you don't whiff a dodge there, you actually do have the ability to... Oh, an additional attack. That was a big mistake. That was very much an unforced error there. Yeah, I just kind of spoiled my jump timing when they were coming in from the sides. Nope, I was trying to dodge out of that because I knew we were sitting close. Could not hit the timing. I've definitely had a few dodge timing issues in general. In terms of just visualizing how early to go in the button. You do need to be earlier than you think, I would say. Watch carefully. Jumped a bit early there too. Oh, nope. Didn't land early enough because our jumping rhythm was totally off. Yeah, sometimes I do need to get back to the ground quickly just so we could have the jump available. I've had a few issues sometimes with just not having to jump and running. Watch carefully. Platforms come down. Unfortunately, we did take a hit already. And whoop, didn't last long. Well, fortunately, even with some mistakes and mishaps, we have been able to get back to that phase somewhat regularly. And that's important, just to make any progress at all. Yeah, let's watch it. Nope. Stood a bit close, but made it out. Oh, nope. Stood too close to center. Bad start already. No, that I misread it. I thought it was a stump. It was actually a throwaway. I just completely lost track of that there. Yeah, a little bit off my game there on that attempt, just from having taken such a frivolous point of damage so early in the encounter and spoiling the attempt immediately. Well, we've certainly felt embedded. Nope, nope. Just didn't get grounded early enough. Again, really bad start. No, just completely out of position. Yeah, that particular combination, one of them throws, one of them stomps. That I've been reacting to poorly. I know what I should be doing on it. But I find that with that specific combination, there's a bit of hesitation to pick the spot to go sometimes that has been causing trouble. Okay, back here. Just trying to follow one of them in that attack so we can actually hit, but I haven't been able to get him close enough. Get out. Get out. Yeah, I was early on the jump, but thankfully dodge rescued me there. Nope. Too late on the jump. Too bad. That's usually one of the easier things to evade, but occasionally we've just been taking damage under things where we really should have it down with total confidence, and yeah. I was late on a jump on a whole bunch of those double swipes. I don't know why that attempt was so bad for that, but we usually nail those with no issues. I think I've been varying a few things here and there in terms of trying to sneak in some extra points of damage that, in the process of adjustment, have been throwing off a little bit of muscle memory, so we'll just have to work around that. Okay, let's watch and learn. Yeah, we're trying to play a little bit too aggressively in terms of getting in an extra swipe. That was throwing off my rhythm. Get out. Get out. No, I was trying to cross it with a dodge, and that was a bad idea. We actually just needed to go the other way and get out of its range. Yeah, big misplay there. Trying to make some little optimizations here to just get a little more damage in, but you know, making incremental improvements whenever we can. Do whatever pattern I've got going on here. And of course, we just took damage too early, and so that might have ended the attempt early on before we can really do much. But we'll learn what we can while still alive. I was standing too close to the center. Luckily, the dodge timing went off. Platform's going down. Nope. Same pattern that we have trouble with so often. One of them throws, the other one stomps. The thing I usually try to do is that we try to jump over the throw, because then you get out of the center before the stomp comes in, but I found that the timing has been off. That you do kind of need to weave a dodge in there, and that with watching both attacks in a staggered rhythm, that's been tricky to hit when it takes a moment for me to register that that's the pattern that's coming in. When I do see that that's what's happening, one of them throws and the other one stomps, then I know what the intention is to get out of there, but the reaction time for that pattern specifically has been delayed. Now, this also means that we just can't afford to take damage on other things that we are supposed to have mastered completely. Just to leave a bit of a buffer for incidences like that where we don't have so fortunate a draw when it comes to the attack pattern coming in. Nope, again, overcommitting to the attack, we just missed the opportunity to get back in defensive mode. Didn't get back to the ground quickly enough to start dodging again. Oh, actually, I mean, managing to reach that far this time when they come in on that attack. Won't be able to rely on that in phase 2, though, when you just don't have that much space to work with. Well, fortunately, we've been able to get to this phase even when we do take an early and unfortunate point of damage. No, not really going to reach that without a grapple. I don't want to use grapple offensively. We want to conserve energy for defense. Nope, missed. I was trying to grapple out of that because we knew we would have to evade the follow-up swipe, and I just completely whiffed it. That's okay. Like I said, even when we have the early phase 1 mistake, we are making it reasonably far. That's a good sign if we can get to phase 2 cleanly. Oh, that was a close thing there with that dodge. Could have gone quite badly. Get out. Oh, I reacted that a bit late actually, but we managed in the end. Okay, let's recover the rhythm here because I am a little bit off. Let's see if we can get back on track. Yeah, sometimes just need to figure out the rhythm of the fight and just let the fingers do the rest. Get out. We'll just stay out until we get something clean that I can hit. Okay, there we go. Clean phase 1. Let's just wait for a good opportunity. That was almost bad. Nope. I knew that one was not going to go. I knew that was off. Whoa, that was actually way off, except I managed to dodge out of that surprisingly. I felt like I was really slipping that time. Okay, dodged 3 in a row there. Kind of need that in order to survive this. Having some miracle dodges here, but unfortunately we're so far down on health that I don't expect it'll last. No, it did not last. We got caught in the grapple, but we had a couple of really good strings of dodges there that unfortunately were just hampered by the fact that we once again took damage too early. But yeah, there were a couple of situations there where I absolutely did not expect to survive and got out, and you need an attempt that looks like that just with one fewer point of damage, really. And I feel like if our damage output is similar to what we were doing in phase 1, which occasionally will depend on having a fortunate part of the pattern where they both wind up in the center, I think this is doable. I think we can get through it. But we need a good, solid dodging sequence like what we just saw, and I'm beginning to find a few other opportunities to poke for more damage as well, but we have to be cautious about it not throwing off the overall familiarity with the rhythm of the fight too much. Yeah, starting to get a better read on patterns as sets of two, rather than just looking at either enemy individually, so... Just watching carefully again. Ooh, that was a very close one. Saved by the dodge that time. See if we can get a clear opportunity anytime soon. There we go. Just need to watch it really carefully. Yeah, we just don't have very many opportunities to attack in. Being super cautious if we can. Nope. I saw that I was going to have range issues there. Missed it. Missed everything. Wow, I actually was not in position to dodge at all that time. That was a couple of lucky breaks in a row there, where I was not standing in the right position that I intended. No. That was the best attempt yet, actually. I don't know if, once again, that's true in terms of the health that we took off, but we certainly lasted the longest without taking damage on that round. An attempt like that with a few more hits does it. You think I've certainly got the endurance down. I have to do this before I sweat enough that the Joy-Cons slip out of my hands. That's the deadline here. Yeah, a lot of it is the attentiveness. If I'm talking less while I'm fighting, that's exactly why. But yeah, there are so many slip-ups that can happen. but it's better to avoid damage even at risk of not being able to attack. Given how long phase 1 is, even when we do have the clear opportunity to swipe them both in the middle, I expected a long phase 2 just in terms of how little damage output we have going on. Obviously, you could do a lot more if you're grappling aggressively towards the opponent, but we don't see opportunities for that yet, nor have we really built for it. But yeah, I, once again, wasn't really glancing over the health there, but it felt like we were probably at least halfway through that phase. Maybe more. Phase 1 is becoming less worried. I still make mistakes, of course. And they're unfortunate when they do happen, but I'm already in that phase of, like, thinking ahead to phase 2 whenever we have a new attempt. Which is a good place to be in so long as it doesn't distract you too much from, you know, hitting the earliest dodges. And of course we've had lucky breaks that we really should not depend on every attempt. No, early on to dodge. I completely whiffed it. Yeah, too bad. Simple mistake. Way too early in the fight. Did make it to this phase at least. No, jumped too late. I was waiting for that. Just figuring out when the teleport pattern was going to end, and we reacted too late when it was finally time to move. Really, really have to stay grounded. You never want to be caught mid-jump when the teleportation stops. That's the main risk there, is just reacting too quickly and then throwing yourself out of position. I'm not really getting the third hit down all that often when it comes to damage. In phase 1 I am. In phase 2 I pretty much never get a third hit in. I'm just thinking about that in relation to the modifier build, whether we can have any improvements there, but it is getting us through phase 1, I guess, so we shouldn't mess with that too much. Nearly blew it on the first attack there. No. Big mistake already. Much too early in the fight. Yeah, no. I was completely thrown off that time. That's okay. Need to shake out some bad attempts sometimes to get back to the good ones. Okay, once again, just need to get back into the zone a little bit there. The last one did not go well just in terms of the basic pattern reading, so just need to refamiliarize ourselves with it. Don't want to be on too much of an autopilot here. Have to stay attentive. Watch it carefully. Definitely a little bit of hesitation and shakiness sometimes, but yeah, get out of the swipe. That was dangerous. We stood way too close that time. Anyway, clean phase 1. Couldn't get a hit in though. Nope, had to dodge out of that. I had an opportunity to hit there, but we couldn't take it. Nope. Bad position. There we go. That's falling apart. Okay. Still a lot of health to go. Stood too close, but that's okay. We made it out. Stood too close again, but grapple was thankfully not in a bad direction. Watch carefully. Stay out of follow-up. Stay out of follow-up. Just chipping it down very patiently. I don't know how long we'll last when it comes to consistency here, but we'll... So, speak too soon, apparently. Yeah, that was still a big chunk of health left from what I could spot in the top right. But again, we're just doing these tiny little pokes. And if we're going to take that approach, we do have to hit every dodge. So... we'll see. I mean, I can see why you can only hit, or rather get hit twice on this fight, because if you just had a standard health pool on it where you could, in my current state, take 5 hits, it would be, I think, almost a little too easy. If we had a 5-hit buffer rather than 2 hits, I'm sure I would be through this already. At the pace of mistakes that we've been making on the best attempts. But we will play the difficulty tuning we're given, and as yet we still don't understand what's going on story-wise with the 2 diamonds of black health, for instance. That's something that happens at the very beginning of the game, and we'll love this already. And I presume at some point you get it back and you just get full white diamonds, but we don't know when that might happen, or what triggers it, or how it would affect a fight like this, where a single swipe takes off all of your white health immediately. So those are all questions I'm sure we'll answer at a later point after doing the fight, presumably the hard way. But yeah, it's a long phase 2 if we're doing as little damage as I've been doing. If we can find some kind of way to really push into it aggressively, we will, but I've just been so fixated on dodging the pattern at all that we haven't seen much of an opportunity to find attacking opportunities that are going to be that good. Stay out. Okay, gotta focus now. Stood a bit close there too, but managed to get a few swipes in. Jumped too early, but that's okay, got out. Nope. That was a misread. Can't afford too many of those on this fight. Okay, here we go. Getting a few opportunities in, not very many, but they exist. Just barely out. Yeah, they never give you a center pattern here. Oh. Didn't get out in time. That's okay. We were down to one hit for so long on that fight and still managed to get as far as we did. Again, we just get to phase 2 undamaged. We're in such a better position. Nothing is getting more complicated at that point, unless there is an additional complication slightly later on by health. We have the information we need, we have the plans, we just need the consistent execution. I mean, just imagine how the rest of the game would feel after a fight like this, right? That kind of feels like by challenging this now, things are going to come down a little bit from here, perhaps. Unless they really escalate with fights like this. At later points as well. But we'll see. Get out. Bit late on the jump actually, but we got it. Get out. Yeah, the jump timing there is still throwing me off a bit. But wow, saved by the dodge that time. We were actually otherwise directly hit by that, right in the path. In phase 1. Standing a bit too close there. Finally getting some hits in. Just barely out. I want to get more attacks in, but also know that I can't risk it. Let's see what's next. Just have to chip it down. Nope. First mistake. First mistake of this attempt. Now, it could fall apart quickly from here if we're not careful, so... Get back into the center a bit early that time. What? Phase 3 complication. That just sinks you into the ground, and it's a pure aerial fight after that, I guess. Okay, that was a surprise. I didn't know that would happen. That's the first time we've gotten that far. And we didn't have the buffer to get out of that. So I guess, you know, you have to learn how to do this as an aerial fight. Perhaps with enemy bounces giving you some energy, but... Surprise! Okay, well, there's still more to learn. But that does mean that was the best attempt so far, because that's the first time we've seen that happen. I mean, I heard a sound cue for something changing with the platforms. We just didn't expect it to just sink suddenly and drop out of sight. I don't even know what my target is at that point. We have to grapple out, but where do I even land after that, right? Where do I refresh the energy? So yeah, I mean, we've been taking it so slowly, but at some point you actually do have to commit to some aerial combat, which in this game has not always been as free form as it might be used to elsewhere. Okay, well that was a surprise. I thought, given the pacing of the fight, that there might be some kind of phase 3 complication. We just didn't know it would be that. And no. Too early to make mistakes when we know there's so much coming. No, stood too close. I was thinking that I might be out of range with the weight I landed there, but we do in fact need to grapple out when that happens. Yeah, the phase 3 surprise is a bit bigger than expected, and so we'll see, because now I'm starting to think, okay, I thought we were well on pace with the way that we were doing things. But I haven't even seen what we're supposed to do there. You have to grapple out, but then where to? Maybe something else with the arena has changed that we need to understand. Maybe the platform comes back up, but I doubt it. I think you do in fact need to stay aloft, maybe. But I'm not even sure how to do that with the enemy pattern being what it is. There's got to be some additional change that allows you to stay alive and up in the air and refresh that energy while you're at it. Whipped that completely. Yeah, I'm generally not worried about phase 1, but mistakes do happen. No. That was a bad hit. Should have been easily dodged. Yeah, no, that fell apart. Yeah, I'm definitely concerned about what to do in the phase 2 to 3 transition now, because I mean, I've only seen that for a matter of a second, but I have no plan going into that in terms of how to follow up on a fight and continue to inflict damage. That's a part of the fight where I might have to rethink the modifier build. Because if we're going to be playing in the air quite a bit more, we need to think about refreshing energy or pushing damage to scale with expending energy. One of the two. We'll definitely need to make some changes. But we need to see what it is first. And, well, no. That, oh, okay, what a terrible start. Yeah, no, let's just reroll this. That was dreadful. Yeah, because this might come in handy. I don't know that we'll have the opportunity to use the sharpened hairpin. But either way, we need to see that phase 3 again to understand what's going on. And whether we do in fact have the toolkit to deal with it comfortably. Yeah, I was feeling so optimistic about this fight too. Everything was just starting to settle in so nicely, and then the platform drops out and I have no idea where it's going to go from there. Okay. Been given a couple of pretty clear opportunities in phase 1 so far, so. And a couple of pretty good draws here when it comes to the position. And that was a little bit off. Okay, phase 2. No. Too close in the back. Too early to make that mistake again, so. Watch carefully. Nope. Caught this. And Sivart, you said you missed this boss. Yeah, that's what I was told last time I came here too. I mean, I started this boss on a previous stream and was definitely told at the time that some people had missed it. We've been working on it for quite some time. I kind of feel like we're getting into it underpowered unless it is just this hard. You can only take a maximum 2 hits against it, right? Because the first hit, no matter what, takes off the entire white diamond protective coating. At least from what I've seen. I put 5 points in it and it slashed it all off. We got pretty far. We got to a phase 3 complication that I don't know how to deal with yet. Anyway, I hope your own progress through the game has been going well. In terms of progression, the last thing I got was Striders. We haven't picked up anything new since then, so that's where we are. So we're a long, long way away from any kind of ending, that's for sure. And maybe biting off a lot more than we can chew. This is easily the hardest thing I've attempted in the game. And yeah, the phase 3 complication, I have no idea how to deal with it yet. We might not really have a toolkit here to deal with it conveniently. But we're trying to muddle through it somehow. Made a surprising amount of progress today, even though it seems to be far from the end of the fight. I mean, I guess that just kind of confirms for me, anyway, from what you're saying, that the fight is, in fact, something optional when it comes to ending content, although I was kind of getting that implication already, that we're doing something uncharacteristically difficult. But, you know, new game, lots to discover. Oh, no, that was such an easy one to dodge. I can't believe we flipped it already. Okay, no, that blew up in my face. You're saying this boss kind of reminds me of Mantis Lords. You're not the first person to say so. That's interesting. It's funny because my first few attempts in this fight, I was thinking, okay, mentally speaking, this is actually kind of like Clockwork Dancers, except Clockwork Dancers I had a very easy time with. And these ones I do not, but it's a similar kind of skill set, and I guess you could apply that to Mantis Lords as well, right? Where you kind of have to keep your eye on two attackers and just kind of juggle what's going on perceptually. But yeah, it's all about just watching their poses. Their poses give you a very clear tell for what they're going to do, but because you have to read both tells, you kind of need to position yourself accordingly. And the platform gets smaller and smaller, and that's the thing that we haven't completely dealt with yet. Also, and the fact that their damage output is just so massive as well. Whoa. You see, yeah, first hit just takes off the entire coat. So if you make a mistake like that this early, that does not bode well for the attempt on the hole. We've been getting cleaner about it. We've had a lot of attempts today where we get to phase 2 without taking damage, so just need to get that back in a bit more consistently, and we might even be okay. It's hard to hit them too, that's the thing. Anyway, phase 2, you see platforms drop out. Okay, missed that grapple completely, but luckily we are still alive. Yeah, we've been at this for some time. This boss here. Okay, just need to keep at it a little bit longer. Possibly a lot longer. Nope. Got spiked. You wonder if there's a charm that makes him not take out all your health. I suspect that we're very short on modifiers that would make it easier. This is what I'm sitting on right now. If you've completed the game, you're sitting on a lot more than what I have, for sure. We're not working with that much right now, but I can definitely see the potential for lots of different modifications that could help out a little bit, especially with things like the dodge cooldown perhaps, or other little improvements here. We don't have too much of a point budget right now, as you can see. So only at 65 capacity. Although on this fight, because they do take off the whole coat, I am seriously considering maybe taking that one modifier where you sacrifice health and gain 15. Because it's not like we're using these health points anyway, but I don't really have a clear setup in mind for that right now, so we're just trying to learn the dodges and trying to see more of the fight. Yeah, you love funny robot girls skiing. Yep. There's been a lot about this game that I find generally very charming, so it's been a very fluid experience. Oh, no, wow, that was such an early mistake once again. Losing your touch a little bit. Oh well, let's try to survive in phase 2 and do what we can. Yeah, no, I completely fell out of the zone there. You loved MIO other than the crashes. I don't know what platform you played on. I'm playing on Switch 2. We have not had any issues so far. But if there are known issues, then I guess I should brace myself. Yeah, there are known crashes on Switch 2. Well, I hope they get patched soon. I've run into one very conspicuous bug that I'm sure will also get patched. When I tried to customize my interface to rebind one of the interface menus here to the X button, I realized that, and that blocked me from interacting with anything with the X button because it would just be overridden by the UI every time. But that's the one really notable bug that I've seen. Yeah, if we have a hard crash, we'll deal with it, but right now we're just next to a save point, so. You said you only had 3 crashes, only one of them was something that angered you, yeah. That's unfortunate, but you know, I guess as early adopters, that's the risk we're taking sometimes. Get out. Okay. Let's get back into the dodging pattern here. Let's see if we can remember what to do. Well, you'll have this fight to look forward to if you get back in your save file for more. Yeah, just have to play very safe sometimes. Get way out of the way. Save by the dodge that time. Phase 2, about time. Well, clean phase 1 at least. We'll see if it lasts. Have to be very cautious here. And again, I have no plan yet for phase 3, so. We don't even know what to do for it yet. Okay, stood almost too close there, but we didn't get hit by the backswing. Taking a few risks here that we shouldn't be, but missing too much here. We haven't really been able to deal damage in return. No. Whoa, that was rough. Oh, that was a dodge. Saved by the dodge. That was almost completely falling apart there. A lot of health left. We may wind up coming back for this one if we don't figure out phase 3. Because I feel like, you know, a couple of later game damage upgrades or something would make a big difference here, but because we're doing this pretty much as early as is possible, as far as I can tell. Ooh, close one. Dodged out of it. Nope. Missed it. You turned on assist and cheesed the area. Oh, you mean in terms of the option that makes the fight easier with each death or something else? I remember looking at the options at the very beginning of the game, and I didn't really return to them since. But I know there's an option that kind of steadily nerfs the bosses with repeated attempts, which is kind of interesting. I wouldn't take it myself, but I'm kind of glad it exists for the people who need it, I guess. The platforming area, okay. You're saying you cheesed the platforming area. Oh, I see where the game crashed. Yeah. Right, so you wouldn't repeat something where you lost extremely significant progress from a crash. Yeah, I think I get what you mean. And it gave you infinite retries in platforming, I see. Okay, we got decently far that time, but not as far as phase 3. There were a few little mistakes to sort out near the end there. But if we can get back in the zone, we might be able to replicate that. Yeah, we stepped out of the downward swipe too soon. Or rather, too late, actually, in the previous attempt. Well, that was an early mistake. Yeah, this will probably not be the run. You're saying you feel this fight is my problem? Oh. As in that I should deal with it later? I'm considering it. I mean, you know, the thing is I am able to get through the first 2 phases. I'm able to kind of get this into a zone where I can progress. But again, I'm trying to get a second look at the thing that happens in phase 3. Because we've seen that once, we saw it for all of a second because it caught me by surprise. And I want to at least understand what we're in for in that phase if we can get to it a second time. So yeah, absolutely, this seems like the kind of thing that would be easier if we just return to it later. I think my biggest recent experience with having to return to something later was the Grohl fight in Bilehaven in Silksong. I'm just going to assume you played Silksong. It sounds like you probably have, but it seems like most of the people who play this game know their Hollow Knight already, because that's just the audience that's brought in. But yeah, that was definitely one where I kind of had to... I progressed quite a bit in terms of learning the fight, but then eventually we did need to reconsider how early I was doing it. Whoa, that was... Oh, no. Wow, fell right off the edge. It's funny, when you fall right off the edge, you actually do just take the standard damage on the code. I think I took 2 points of damage there, or something. Something similar. I couldn't quite see, actually. 2 or 3. But I still had white health remaining, which is not something I'm used to seeing on this fight. Because we usually don't just fall off the edge this early on. So... have I found a dog? There's the dog that was in the city. That was in one of the buildings in the city. So we found a dog. And yeah, no, I did ultimately beat Grohl when I went back to him using the method where he swallowed me. I actually kind of discovered that myself. Beating him was not the problem. The issue with getting maggots all over me in that fight was the problem. So I actually ended up getting the thing that helps you with that in the putrefied ducts in terms of shaking off the maggots when you only dip into them briefly, so you don't just, you know, get them all over you when you dip your toes in for a moment. That was kind of a critical piece for me to just make it through safely. But once I got that, Grohl was easy. I didn't have too much of a problem with him at that point. But my first attempt on Grohl was pretty early, because I took the right side path up towards Act 2 to begin with. Like, I was doing a great deal of bile water before I'd even mapped it out, and before I was really properly equipped to handle it. But that's okay, we learned lots about it, and everybody had their own order and their own adventure in Silksong, and that's what made it such an interesting experience to talk about it with others afterwards. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, absolutely I feel under-equipped for this, but I also just want to learn more of the pattern while we can, because we're able to see it. I want to see what we can do. But definitely, we've been on this fight for quite a while at this point, between this stream and the last one. Nope. But if I can at least get one more good look at the Phase 3 platform change, so I could just understand what's going on with it, I'm okay with maybe calling it and coming back here later after that. But I do want to see it. So... Silksong got a patch where multi-binder heals 2 hit points with maggots. I did the whole thing pre-patch. So I actually didn't know that they made that change. Yeah, funny bug girl game. Is it the bug girl that's funny, or is it the game? Why not both? There are some fine moments of comic relief in Silksong, especially the ones that are momentarily at the player's expense. I appreciate its sense of humor. Well, we've been well and embedded in this fight, that's for sure. I am slipping a little bit on some of the patterns though, so let's see what we can do. Stand out of the way. Nope. Nearly whiffed that. Yeah, just need to take the opportunities very patiently here sometimes. Nope. I thought I was able to get out with enough distance. I was wrong. I was standing too close and should have grappled out. Once again, phase 1 mistakes are really not great for our chances of success. Yeah, Hornet had a thing or two to teach some of the pilgrims about consent. It absolutely is a consideration that I'm trying to get through more in my backlog this year before the Silksong expansion announced for this year comes out sometime in the next 10 years. Yeah, at least 7. That would be on pace. Well on pace. A little bit of scope creep never hurt anybody. Stood almost too close there, actually, but we got it. Actually had a very convenient pattern this time so far, and nothing too nerve-wracking to deal with when it comes to where to stand, at least not yet. I feel like we'll run out of good fortune on that very soon. Stand out of the way. Stand way out of the way. Phase 2 already, good. Pretty solid, actually. I usually go left on that pattern. It threw me off that I went right, but that's okay. We're back in it. watch this carefully. That nearly went badly, but dodge actually got me out of a hit there. Nearly missed there, actually. Very close. Wow. Grapple actually got me out of trouble. I didn't go far enough that time. Dodge also got me out of trouble. Had a couple of lucky saves here, which you need. Oh, whoa, fell off. Fell off to the side. Luckily, that's still, unless you have 2 hits, which, okay. Let's get back into it. That went really badly. No. That fell apart. I got thrown off. We did so well up to that point, and I fell off the edge, and then, yeah, I just completely lost track of where I was from there. Oh well. That went pretty well, though, for the most part. Not my best attempt because we didn't see the phase 3 transition, but pretty close in terms of just lasting long without taking a hit. Thank you so much for the follow. We'll be on this game for some time yet, I'm sure, so. I'm currently through 2 of the Pearls Severed, I think. We got through the Blood last time, and that's just about as far as we are on the map right now, so still lots and lots to see. Everything on this side over here past the swamp, for instance. So, lots left to do. And yeah, if you need to get some sleep, please do, and we will continue to enjoy funny Robot Girl game. All we've done today is this fight, but we asked for it, so. Had a couple of fortunate dodges so far. We'll see if that lasts. Almost landed on the ground a little bit too late there, but phase 1 is done. stable so far, but things could fall apart quickly if we're not careful. Double dodge there. That was not the right place to stand at all, but luckily we hit both timings. No. Well, that's not going to help when the platform comes down. Nope, and yeah, no, we just got out of position there after the hit. Oh well. Okay. Pretty deep into phase 2 again that time, but we need more attempts that are consistently like that with just one fewer hit. Yeah, at this point we need to get a read on whether phase 3 is even playable, but I have to get to that point. And we've gotten close in recent attempts, but it's a long road to get there. Save by the dodge again that time. But we'll take every one of those saves we can get. And especially when they come in the middle like that. Ever so conveniently. Nope. Bad positioning. Really cannot take hits in phase 1. That just spoils the whole thing. Wish they'd just pick a side already, right? So, ooh, that was close. Actually missed the dodge there and accidentally grappled, but we made it. Nope. Too late. Once again on the jump. Well, we're getting in a deep phase 2 often. The fact that we know there's a phase 3 that we haven't even dealt with yet makes this rather forbidding. It's okay, we're getting in deep. We could afford to do it with one fewer mistake. From time to time. Can't always get any hits that we want, but there we go, phase 2. Actually need to deal some damage though, which as Puppy needs to combine this phase. Oh, it didn't feel like I dodged that at all, but that's okay, we got it. Jumped too early, but we made it. I want to talk about the music, but I also have to focus on dodging here. Nope. See, that's what happens when we lose our grip for a moment and get distracted. No. The thing I was going to say was that early on, the first couple times we went into phase 2, we heard the music change and thought, oh, okay, that's interesting. We're now surviving long enough that the music is developing and reflecting the fact that we're into phase 2. I've realized that as we've gotten some attempts in that get us through phase 1 relatively quickly from higher damage output, that Actually, it's not a function of the phase transition, it's purely a function of time. That we're hearing the additional instruments and encounter melody kick in much deeper into phase 2 because I'm getting through phase 1 faster. And I don't have a good subjective sense of how much faster, but whenever the music kicks in like that, we take notice. 06i, you were saying all of the bosses have really long soundtracks. I mean, you know, this has been by far the longest fight that we've been doing, so I've definitely been more attentive to that here, especially because we've had so much time to listen to this just again and again today. Anyway, the important thing is we are consistently getting into deep phase 2. But usually when I make one mistake, things really fall apart just from losing our flow. And that is absolutely a risk we need to be aware of. Stood a little too close to almost. I do like how manageable phase 1 feels in comparison to the early attempts now. It's always a good sign. No, I say that just as we got swiped by the easiest thing. Oh well. That's okay, we've had attempts where we could get pretty deep even after 1 point of damage. It does not help, but we don't have to just bail on this immediately or anything. Just need to be extra cautious in the next phase, that's all. Okay. No. I had a little bit of trouble picking my positioning there because we saw what was happening, but the dodge timing kind of fell off because I was trying to watch where to go. We really should have gone right for that one just to get out of range of the vertical throw, so that was a bit of an error in judgment, but it does happen. Speaking of errors in judgment, in terms of total uptime on this boss for us, we are definitely kind of in last judge territory, so to speak. Which I think, I mean, I guess that counted to runbacks as well, but I think in terms of progression, that was the third longest fight for me in Silksong, I think. Not counting the fact that we kind of broke up Grohl and Ballwater a little bit as well, and had a lot of time for traversal in that one as well. Still a long ways away from Carmelita or Lost Lace, but I thought we had this under control and just basically had to be consistent, but you know, phase 3, which we've seen 1 second of in one attempt, has me concerned. There was one fight in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown that also took me this long. Like 1 3-hour fight in that game for me, but okay, no, that fell apart. Fell off the edge and couldn't get back on. I mean, the grapple was available right there, but we just didn't think about it. But it has been a learning process, and the thing is, the attempts are long. One has to remember that. While the earliest attempts on this boss had me knocked down in 5 seconds flat, that as we've gotten more successful, and as we've kind of prepped along deeper into Phase 2 on a regular basis in progression, these are long fights here with how little damage output I've got when doing so much defensive hit and run as we've been doing. Maybe in terms of total attempts, it's not too badly off. It's just that we're kind of really taking our time and having to be consistent over such a long pattern that has absolutely been a bit of a mental stamina test here. That was not a good place to stand, but we stood there anyway. That was a bit of a last minute dodge, but we made it. Yeah, I expected Phase 2 at that point. Haven't really been watching the health bars necessarily, but you develop an intuition for it after a little while. After having seen this boss as much as I have today. Okay, let's focus at this point. Can't talk quite as much for this part of the fight. At least I shouldn't. Oh, no, missed the grapple completely. Okay, let's get back on track, get back into the rhythm. Just haven't been able to hit. No. Luckily, fall damage still left me a point on the code. So it effectively was free if you take fall damage first rather than second as the hit that you're taking, you know, that actually is survivable. Unfortunately, we've taken that second hit already. Missed a grapple again, but we got back on at least. Haven't been able to hit very much. Yeah, the grapple actually does kind of work as a dodge. We found that on a couple of occasions. Like, you are momentarily invulnerable while you're zipping. Oh, almost missed that, and that was such an easy part of the pattern as well. Haven't been able to chase when they go across the horizontal down below. Wasn't willing to risk it. No. Early on the dodge. Yeah, we have not seen that phase 3 transition a second time. That's the thing. It just takes so long to get through that with the current damage output. We're definitely pushing on this a lot harder than would be wise. Well, in the event that we do leave and come back here in a more powerful state, we have learned a lot about this fight today, and so the survival going as well as it has already been a big plus. I guess if you think you're about to take a hit, actually, if I'm at full health, taking a fall is technically better. Because it still leaves me a buffer of white health on the coat. We're not going to do that deliberately, necessarily. I mean, we can't really plan around that sort of thing, but it's an interesting consideration. Saved by the dodge. Get out. Almost a little late in that, but we got it. Okay, clean phase 1. Wasn't really able to swipe. That one was a bit rough. Way out of position, but we got back in. No, missed it. I was trying to grapple out, but we got hit first. First mistake of this run, unfortunately. No, and missed it again. You see, I was trying to grapple out of that, and we accidentally went up on an up diagonal on a shot when I was trying to go left. Yeah, same mistake twice, actually. I was trying to grapple out both times. Maybe we should have dodged out instead, but I thought we would be able to get out that time, and we didn't. That was the only mistake. I mean, we made the same mistake twice, but that was the only mistake on that run. It was very clean up to that point. Well, you'd think this is familiar by now. Some things have become second nature, perhaps, but within a margin of error. And it is possible to be careless sometimes. Even now. Oh, standing pretty close there, but we made it. There we go. Got a little extra poke and paid off. Okay, actually grappled successfully that time. That was the kind of thing where we made mistakes last time that we were here. Yeah, once again, just using the hairpin accurately is vital. Almost fell off there by chasing too aggressively. Oh, no, fell off when I was trying to grapple out. That's okay. We still have a damage buffer? No, now we don't. Yeah, once I got off the platform that we spawned into in the middle, I was off the intended timing. Fell apart quickly. Maybe we shouldn't be grappling on a down diagonal like that, but an escape is an escape. Almost whiffed that as well. The grapple does send you really far up into the air, though. It's very floaty. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Very, very long consistency check, but that's how it goes. But yeah, I need to see what happens at the platform drop. Like, we absolutely have to research that. But we've only seen it that once, and that was quite a while ago now. And you have to be so consistent in phase 2 that we just have not been able to get back to that point since. Okay. Let's just get back into it. You're way out of position, like way off center. At least we're chasing a little more accurately in phase 1. Nope. Late. Yeah, no. That, once again, it just threw me off the rhythm, and when you start to lose, sometimes you just keep on losing. I don't really even have a good sense time-wise how lengthy each attempt has been. Because usually we're just so locked in that I don't have a good sense of how this is worth my perception of time. Yeah, Sam Fizz, welcome. You're taking a break from attempting this. The run back and the 2-hit KOs driving you crazy. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the phase 3 transition yet. We saw it very briefly and then died immediately to it. I felt like we were getting somewhere, that I was getting very consistent at this, and then I realized there's the phase 3. And I have zero idea how to deal with it. We haven't seen enough to learn it yet. Oh, wow. Okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, no, that fell apart quickly. It's okay. We've had definitely a good series of attempts today in terms of how deep we've gotten. You're asking, oh, does it feel like it'll be a big problem? Well, I don't have a plan for it yet because we just haven't seen it for long enough to understand what's going on. Zero Six Side, you were saying you were thinking about doing this while watching something because of the elevator, but the music is too good. Yeah. I don't know that I would be able to multitask through something like this. Because I really kind of need to be locked in between attempts. I mean, you know, this gives you a little bit of time here to talk, or in my case, usually reach over and sip a beverage or something. And also just kind of refocused on the fight. But yeah, I would say that, I mean, when I did hit the phase 3 transition, I had already taken a point of damage, and so I was caught by surprise and just didn't know what to do with it yet. Oh, bad dodge. Just totally off in positioning here. We should not be taking hits this early. I know how to get through this phase consistently. We need to demonstrate it, though. Well, we can still salvage something here. I think he was super consistent. Okay, phase 2. How long will we last, I wonder? Not very long because I missed grapple, so. You're saying watching something 1 minute at a time sounds annoying. I don't know, with how much YouTube and Twitch and so on have been pushing a shorts format for younger generations that apparently overwhelmingly watch exactly that. Video clips 1 minute at a time. Quite possibly some brains are just wired to handle that. I'm obviously not. I don't do short form content. Yeah, but you're thinking about like a bit of a pause and play, right? Where you watch something while you're coming up the elevator and then you switch gears again. I could totally see myself like, you know, staring off at a checkmate puzzle or something on the side, maybe. Something that you can just kind of process visually for a moment while you don't need to look at the screen. But no, I'd rather focus on the fight. And we're losing focus a little bit here in a way that is a bit concerning in terms of our progress. I feel like we're starting to slip a little bit here in recent attempts. But we'll get back into it. That was too close. Well, getting somewhere, I hope. But we'll see. Here we go, phase 2. Very clean phase 1. Okay, actually managed to get over the grapple that time. Land in time as well, that was important. Yeah, grapple accuracy has been a problem for me this entire game, and so that was absolutely a concern. Nope, first mistake. It was a simple one, too. Not any room for error left here, so. Lots of health remaining. Nope, nope. Glassing over at the health bar there was not a good idea. Sometimes we just need to take this and trust. Yeah, you're saying you really don't like watching shorts, but you do get in a loop, stuck in a loop rather scrolling them sometimes. I've been successful, more or less, in cutting off a lot of social media scrolling habit. And just cutting it out in general, actually. I find that the motivating factor is always just to see how much of that time can just be reassigned elsewhere. And you know what has actually benefited from this quite considerably is actively using a 3DS again. Because I found that there's so many situations, you know, you're sitting in a car and waiting to pick someone up from the airport or something, like little situations here and there where people have conditioned themselves into filling them with scrolling habit. And I've discovered that in so many of those situations, I would rather get through 3DS backlog, and that a lot of those games are very conveniently designed to fit into sessions like that, in terms of whether you can actually meaningfully pause and suspend them. Oh, wow, stood too close to the backswing. That was terrible. Yeah, because I found that increasingly I was just in so many situations where I was thinking, you know, right now I'd rather have a 3DS, and so I started actually making that happen again. And I must not be the only person realizing this, because that's why everything 3DS has skyrocketed in price. It's funny because the whole story about the 3DS during its actual lifetime on the market was that the relevance of a dedicated handheld seemed to be in question in an age when mobile was so ascendant. And what am I playing on 3DS? I'm actually kind of between games right now. I was playing a lot of Bravely Second earlier this month, and then I actually did a quick run off stream through Samus Returns for the first time in several years after I played AM2R last week, because I sort of just wanted to cram that in, and I was able to cram that in very quickly, even after a few years off. But I still have a little bit of a backlog from the eShop shutdown in 2023, where I picked up some smaller things. I've gotten through a few, but I definitely have enough to work with to keep me busy on 3DS for some time. And It's been surprisingly feasible to just kind of have something on 3DS going on side while I'm doing a main game of sorts here on the stream. When I can sit down for long sessions. Okay, let's see what we can swipe here. Almost stood a bit too close in the backswing that time, too. But I can get through phase 1 without damage much of the time. Not all the time, but much of the time, and enough that we can make meaningful attempts. The same cannot be said for phase 2 itself. Facing the wrong way into some of those swipes there. Okay, that's phase 2. I could see it coming. Just by intuition. In terms of where we were in the fight, so. That was good news. Ooh, I usually go left there. That threw me off. No. I got mixed up there in terms of what to dodge. Okay, let's get our head back in. Yeah, I got a little bit mixed up on that mistake. Starting to get a few extra hits in with the use of the grapple, which is a good habit to build, I guess. So we do want to power through this phase if we can. Which is not how I've been playing it thus far, with these little pokes everywhere. Nope, I got faked out there. I jumped too early. And so I was in midair when I needed to get out. And yeah, it was my first time playing AM2R. I streamed it earlier this month. I finished it, I want to say, about a week and a half ago. It was the last thing I did before moving on to this game. So yes, it was my first time through it. The community updated version that was current as of 2020. Which has some of the redrawn graphics and the widescreen support and some added content, so as far as I know, but AM2R is something I've been aware of for an extremely long time. We just never set up to stream it until very recently. But yeah, we got through it in 3 brisk sittings. Got up to 98% collectibles in it. I really could not tell from my map where to scrape for the other 2%, so we didn't wind up doing it. But still pretty good for a first learning experience. I can't believe we're still on this. Again, not quite in Carmelita territory just yet, but we're not making life easy for ourselves here. get mind those dodges. I've found that I've been playing so aggressively in terms of trying to get attacks that I've been dodging less and less, and maybe that's been getting me into trouble. Yeah, no, got thrown off. Yeah, I found playing AM2R and Samus Returns next to each other was really quite an interesting experience. You can kind of see this direct contrast of the GBA style of design and the Dread style of design just by looking at the junction that existed between the two of them and having some direct points of comparison. I do find the games complement each other very well. I do think that people interested in Metroid should be playing both of them, both of the Metroid 2 remakes, because they each have their own things to offer. I'd say broadly that I think AM2R has a stronger, more interesting early to mid game. Samus Returns has a more interesting late game in broad strokes. But again, that really oversimplifies the experience. But I legitimately enjoyed them both. Can't believe we're still here. That's okay. We're invested. Again, I want to at least see the phase 3 transition one more time. That's my target. I don't expect to beat it. Oh, wow, that was close. I actually did fall off. I just grappled back on. Really messed that up for a moment. Missed it, but oh, there we go, phase 2. That was a late jump, but we got it. Very late jump, actually, but it's okay. Let's not fixate on the near mistakes. Now, actually, being able to hit here is a big problem. No, I thought I had more uptime on a grapple. We lost our invincibility too early. I was so accustomed to the grapple actually getting me a few frames of invincibility, I got a little overconfident there with the escape, or attempted escape. They got faked out there again. Oh, no. I fell off. I was trying to grapple to the left and I missed it. I don't know if I was low in energy or something. I couldn't quite tell, but I think I just completely missed. And yeah, Senfis, it's very true that AM2R is a tremendous accomplishment given the circumstances of how it was developed. You really do have to give it a lot of credit for that. And to the extent that some bits and pieces of it, even after the community updates, still feel a little bit unfinished, you can't blame it for that either, just given the way that development was cut off originally. Because I do think the late game in AM2R kind of peters out a bit. Part of that is just because of his own interpretation of what was already structurally in Metroid 2, but it's not like it was given the benefit of infinite development time, so really cannot fault it for that. I mean, I think the thing that strikes me about AM2R is just how much attention there was to making the physics feel so faithful to the GBA era mechanics. That things like the Shine Spark puzzles just feel immediately familiar. You know, you just know what kind of weight and momentum you're dealing with, and it just works out of the box. We took a hit too early in phase 1 here, but again, I do not expect to beat this fight today. I do think that I would like to see the phase transition to 3 one more time, but we have not been able to get there. It's actually taken so many deep attempts in phase 2 just to soldier on through and deal any kind of damage at all, but then, yeah, the damage output I think is just a little too low. We might want to come back after at least a damage upgrade, perhaps, just to reduce the number of total dodges that we're doing. You said you've thrown in the towel for now, and there was another boss you were struggling with, and then you got on the first try next session. Yeah, sometimes that is just a way to do things if you feel like you've kind of peaked on your attempts on a certain challenge. Where you've just hit your best effort for the day and you just can't seem to get it back. But yeah, nothing I've done in this game at this point even compares to this. But of course, I haven't done that much, it seems. Where it's like we've got into this fight about as early as I conceivably could have, and so the half hour or so of attempts we spent on Atmos seems like a distant memory by now. And honestly, a half an hour fight sometimes for this genre feels short. In terms of number of attempts, like that's well within learning speed. Reasonable learning speed. Half an hour of attempts in something like Silk Song was the kind of thing that had me going, okay, that didn't take long. Bad position there. We chased too aggressively and couldn't dodge out of it. Yeah, I chased off to the side the way that we've done successfully a few times in recent attempts, but I completely fluffed the recovery back to the platform, and so I was out of position when I needed to dodge and get back in the rhythm. literally all we've done in today's session is attempt this boss. If we do call it early on it, I will try to at least do one other thing. It might be a very small thing, just, you know, traversing some additional room, single room somewhere, or at least picking the next location that we're going to be moving towards, but we'll try to do one thing that is not the boss today, hopefully. I don't know yet, because for a while I felt like we were progressing, then I saw that we still have phase 3 to deal with, and we just have not been able to investigate it at all, and so... we'll see what happens. Yeah, phase 1 seems reasonably fluent at least. I mean, with mistakes, but still reasonably fluent. Phase 2. Nope, I thought I could get out. That was miscalculated. And yeah, bad dodge timing that time too. Yeah, I thought I was out of range and I really was not, and that threw me off immediately. So not a very long phase 2 that time. Didn't even get into the next phase of the music. Yeah, I might be bashing my head against this one a little bit much with our current loadout, but it's alright. It builds character. I'm sure it will make much of the rest of the game feel very relaxed by comparison. Okay, let's get back into the flow. Almost missed that. Almost missed that. That was... Yeah, we need to get back into this. This has been a little bit shaky. No, yeah, this is getting shaky. This is not as good as I'd like. Even just on the simple stuff, so. Got to phase 2 at least. Could have been tidier, but we'll take it. Yeah, when you do this little swing like that, I feel like there's a vulnerability that we can take advantage of that I've not been taking advantage of. And ooh, almost missed that dodge. Luckily we had enough height. Yeah. At that moment there might be something to hit. You need to be so consistent for so long. Nope. Got slapped. Well, considering how badly off we were in phase 1 that time, I mean, we've had cleaner runs than that. They're taunting with the swords. Yeah, they are. There is some kind of taunt mechanic in this game, though, right? Like, I don't see what button it's on, but there was a modifier where you can actually taunt to raise everybody's aggression and damage. I didn't pick that up, though. Maybe we should have. I mean, you know, damage output has been the issue here, and we need to dodge regardless, so... No, I thought it was out of range. It was not. Yeah, the follow-up attack is so long. No. I thought I saw it's in the description of one of the modifiers in the shop, unless I'm confusing it with something. Or, oh, you know what? No, I wonder if I'm confusing with a different game I've been playing or something. Yeah, okay, no. I think I might just be thinking of something completely different. Yeah, no, I've been playing too much stuff lately. I think I've completely mixed that up with a different game. Okay. This is what happens when I kind of take a day between streams. No, I don't think there was a taunt. Like, I was thinking, wait, there's no button assignment for that. What am I even thinking about? And yeah, I'm almost certainly just thinking of something else I've been looking at, maybe. So yeah, forget what I said about that. I've played enough other games with taunt mechanics that I've just conflated something here, but that's okay. Alright. We do have to know our limits with this at some point, but... Again, if I could just have something clean enough to get into phase 3, I would like that, but... I thought when I said that probably hours ago at this point that we would get back to it sooner because I was doing so well. And we seem to be making so much progress, and since then I've just totally stalled on that objective. To just live long enough and do enough damage to see the floor drop out. Okay, pretty clean phase 1. Lots of attack patterns that we took advantage of there, so it was helpful. Okay, got out. Grapple accuracy always has me a little worried. Whoa, just fell off. That's okay. We're still able to take 2 points of damage from that situation. Let's settle back in first. I'm a little off right now. Yeah, if grapple timing is good, it does give you invincibility for a moment. Nope. I thought the attack wasn't coming yet. Oh, I accidentally hit the grapple point. That's why we lose it sometimes, actually, is if I accidentally deactivate it by tapping into it by mistake. We've absolutely made the mistake before on the previous attempt and not quite understood what was going wrong. Nope. Fell off. I missed a grapple again. I was trying to grapple on the left and we just missed. That was one of the better attempts. Given the circumstances. It's kind of too bad that we took that fall. This time around, at least when I took the fall and respawned on a center platform, I knew to dodge out of that because we still had to deal with an incoming attack when that happened. And so there are a lot of tiny edge cases that we're steadily learning how to solve when we see them appear. But things get pretty complicated there, especially if your grapple accuracy is as poor as mine. So we'll see what we can do. Oh, I actually jumped on top of it. And of course failed to do any damage when doing so. His foot footstooled that thing. For no benefit whatsoever. Yeah, I was early on a jump, so I did manage to get the attack that I wanted, and also spent a dodge too early that time, and that was the first hit we've taken on this attempt, and much too early. Yes, overspent my dodge, so I had to be extremely deliberate about it. This game, it really kind of punishes you for over-dodging, just given a long cooldown on it. Okay, progress has very much stalled on this one. That's okay, it's a learning process. If we come back here stronger, I'm sure the fight will be easy. Or some definition of easy for a relative understanding of the term. Yeah, and sometimes I think I actually underestimated this fight, which is a bizarre thing to say, perhaps, when one remembers how difficult it was initially just to survive long enough to read anything. But stood almost too close that time, but we made it. Ooh, almost had them run into me there. Surely it is a phase 2? Yeah, it is. Nope. Okay. I think we might need to broaden our range of options for this. I really wish that we had gotten far enough to see phase 3 a second time because I just barely got any kind of look at it at all. So yeah, that's the part where the center platform just drops out entirely. It caught me off guard the first time, and so I just took damage and lost immediately there. You're clearly supposed to grapple out, but I don't know what happens if you grapple out, like what the landing point is, how the fight continues, what kind of aerial juggling or energy refresh you need to deal damage. Lots and lots of unknowns. Let's try to make one more deep run. I feel like I wind up saying this so often, and it doesn't really come out too well, but we'll see. Are you asking, so are there only the 2 grapple points left, or does it give you something else? I don't know, because I didn't get a chance to look at it. I might have to go over my footage if I can even find where I hit phase 3 for a second and take a closer look at what happened there, because the whole transformation just caught me off guard completely, and we did not have time to read it. Because everything up to that point is just consistency, and we've done it before. Probably gotten close on a few occasions. We've been getting deep phase 2 very often, but lots needs to be figured out. Oh, I accidentally poked it off of that by mistake. Didn't really get the hit I wanted. Gotten so clean on phase 1 much of the time, but not all. Don't really want to squander momentum that we built here. But that's what the sunk cost fallacy is for. Yeah, we learned so much about how to play phase 1. Phase 2 is just sloppy sometimes. And not much sloppiness is required to take you down on this fight, so. Just have to be very safe and consistent. That was almost a hit there, though. Could have gone quite badly. Missed. Yeah, grapple accuracy is absolutely something to work on here. That's okay, we can still take 2 hits, technically. See what we can do. No. Yeah, I saw the mistake coming that time. Phase 3. And that's all we saw of that. So, as you can see, 2 grapple points, and they continue to come down. Now, we need to know a bit about how energy is going to be refreshed on that. I mean, clearly we need to hit them. You need an energy refresh. There's no ground to do it on. You have to do it by hitting enemies. But you kind of need to hit, get out, and then grapple again. Okay. I just wanted to see that. That's what we've been working on for the past 2 hours. I wanted to get back to that moment to see what happens after the floor drops out. And yeah, really good attempt. Yeah, it felt good up to that point. I mean, you know, that's why 2 hours ago, before we saw phase 3 for the first time, I was thinking, okay, this feels good. This feels under control. We just need to clean up the mistakes. And at least we know what's coming, but I think we're going to bail on it at this point because I don't think I have the means to solve that just yet. I think at the very least we need more points going and need more damage output just to get through the phases. Again, since everything is dealing so much damage, it actually makes sense to do the health sacrifice for more points, which is not something I have with me right now, but which I know where to buy. And then when we eventually bank up enough points, one can build towards the expectation that you need higher damage in the grapple phase. Like you build around the expectation that you're going to have some energy being spent. And that doing the slash along the hairpin, if we can afford the 40 points for that, might also be beneficial. Yeah, like I said, that took up most of the stream, and I will try to do at least one more thing. I got diverted up here to begin with because I wanted to check this room down here, and we just never made it down. So we can do that, and possibly maybe even see if we now have the means to cross the swamp, which seems like it's the next major objective, but it looks like we have lots of choices, so... Let's see if I even remember how to play anything in this game that's not that fight, because... yeah, it's almost like the rest of it seems unfamiliar now. Have I spent an equal amount of time on this fight and the rest of the game so far? It's taken about probably a third of my time in the game. It's been a third of my overall run, that one fight. I can actually say that with some accuracy because I know how long I've been on stream. Okay, so let's see. Best way to work our way down. We'll just go down from here, I think. And see if I even remember this map. Wait a minute, you actually get to play in more than one room this game. That's remarkable. I don't even have anything to crystallize right now, so let's just skip that and just try to remember where to go. But yeah, like I said, up to that point, the longest fight we've had was half an hour of attempts. Everything else was much shorter than that. I've heard enough at this point from other people dropping in on the chat that apparently that fight was optional anyway, although we kind of gathered that ourselves. Okay, drop down here. If we can go down to the right, then we will. Oh. Yeah, fun fight, but we have unsolved problems there, and I might need to bolster our whole range of abilities first before we can do much about it. Well, we need to grapple through this guy probably. Getting into some of those habits. Oh yeah, okay, left side here. This was, I think, the area where there's frost blasting away at you, and then the idea was that I wanted to see if we now have the means to get through, given that, oh, whoops, wrong button. We can now climb. Okay, so there is something on the other side here. Also taken damage. And then I need to remember that I can slap across with the sword. Or, not, well, not the sword, the standard attack, rather. I'm getting my games mixed up. Let's see. I think I can grapple over to that one, actually. Probably. Yeah, we take too much damage. Well, that's okay. Just go back there from where we were. Is there a closer save point I can use? Probably, but it's okay. We'll deal with it. And find a fast way back when we can. Now that I've had a chance to navigate some of this. Just try to weave our way down. Yeah, it looks like that's definitely crossable. It's just that we haven't completed the maneuver. And now we can roughly remember where we were going. I think, yeah. Down to the left. When we can get there. Wait. Or, yeah, no, we're still one level too high. Oops, fell off a bit. Oh, I have no energy at this point, so I can't actually grapple across from there. So we need to rethink that a little bit. This might not be the right approach. Yeah, because I wouldn't need to slap my way across. I actually wonder if it's possible to grapple through any of these. No, it doesn't look like it. It does look doable that we could just drop towards that, but if we kind of do a double jump and sustain this for longer before we get on the wall, maybe. I don't know if that gave me very much uptime, but I'm trying to just see if I can slash over to the other side. Nah, bad aim there. I feel like we need something to refresh my energy again so I can actually grapple over, but None of this stuff is really growing. Might not be able to do this bit yet, but it looked like we were close, but possibly just missing some kind of critical movement tool. Yeah, because we just don't have a way to cross that gap at the moment, I think. So we might not be able to do that one yet. Okay, in which case we should just go top level and head over to the right and just down. However, now might be a good time to actually spend a bit. Or do we even have any cores? I think I might not. But, oh, we have 4 cores, okay. Oh, we can consider spending a bit. I don't know that I want to yet. What I looked over last time. So yeah, we can cross all of this or cross down below. There are lots of things that we haven't really fully explored yet because it's only now that we come back here with the ability to do the wall climb. What was this door all about anyway? Locked from the other side. Oh, you know what? There's nothing here yet. This looks new. Wrap around and unlock. Fluffy Curio. Leho's private quarters. Yeah, Leho was the blood. Oh, a small version of a quadrupedal unit except for the fancy plushy material. This is like a nursery. It's this it had the toy, it had these mobiles over the bed. This is baby's room. I'm trying to get a jump on something here so we can actually explore up. Oh, we can cling onto this. Interesting that you can climb up the pole like that and bounce, it seems. Is there something I can explore from this point? Just checking all sides here. In case there's something we can traverse. We can traverse right, it doesn't seem like you can go anywhere else. However, am I able to just jump out of the right side slot? Let's find out. Not really. Yeah, I can't really jump out of anything here. Oh well. Kind of interesting that you can climb this though. And then continuation over on this side. Let's head over and see if we can crack anything open. Not yet. Return to the ceiling this way. Okay, so we've mapped out a bit of that. Let's see what else I can do. Being right. Okay, just landed back here. We should think about checking the shop first, perhaps. Right, I was reluctant to take anything yet, because if we do pick up 2 coding components, then we would be able to load these into fill out a full container. Yeah, this is the thing I was talking about earlier that might have been a worthwhile consideration on that fight. Thinner frame for more points. Something to keep in mind for later. We'll stash things for now. I see a door to the left that's still been locked all this time. Let's just attune here first. And also just see that we have not yet unlocked another point for this further to the right. And that's why we'll head over and explore that now. Looking at this, yeah, it doesn't really matter which we take. We'll head over to this one here. Anyway, after I spoke to you and Mel, I realized that I really wanted to gather more data about the world, but challenged myself to find the edge of the world. Meet me there if you can. Yeah, we'll get there. Shouldn't take long. And we'll just continue this way. And we haven't really been checking ceilings around here, but we should keep an eye out for things like background artwork as well. Main objective right now is to get over to that swamp though. Oops. We've been here, but of course... Oh! I have to remember what other enemies look like. Actually, I don't think I've been up here. Maybe. Interesting that this would let you bounce around up here. Use grapple. Notice that when you bounce, you actually get an energy refresh. I was very curious this bit here. I think I need to maybe zip over it, but we don't have the energy to do a ceiling cling yet. We use the grapple first. And then, right, because this top section connects back down to the swamp on the right side there. I mean, maybe we can go ceiling for this bit, but we'll see what we can do. Oops. Actually, they... Yeah, you can do a tiny bit of damage on Pogo, but in this game you really cannot rely on that. However, you can climb the ceiling this way. See what we've opened up for ourselves. Here, whoa. Got the last hit though. clearing the breast greenhouse, but then you lost your footing. I feel like that might be a clue to something that we can climb up to on the ceiling as well. But or maybe not. Okay, so yeah, we've been down here. This is where we can now consider proceeding, although I might want health at some points. There is a place to replenish just to the left if we can make it there. If I've read my map accurately for once, which I have. Oh, I forgot to put on the free refill because I took it off for the boss since we didn't need it on the boss. So I actually do need that next time we hit a save point. I use it far too often to go without it. Because, you know, this is just going to spend the entire uncrystallized bank we have right now, for instance. I've been very reliant on having those available for free, so we need to remember to hit a save point and change the configuration when we can. Now that we're out adventuring and trying to crack some new territory along the way. So, here's the thing. Are we able to climb at this point? We might not be able to. I kind of assumed that we could, but actually there's quite a lot up top that seems to be obstructing us. Much more than I expected. How about if we check down below if there's anything? There is nothing. In fact, that was a bad idea because now we'll fall. Well, if this is not the next place to go, I guess we're going back to grind at the boss some more. Or, well, what else were we even looking at that we could climb towards? I had searched a great deal of the left side of Metropolis, and I don't quite remember what the roadblock that we ran into was there. But we had effectively searched it. I just kind of assumed that this would be the next way to go, and that may actually be wrong. Unless we find a way across with our current movement abilities. Because I don't know what naturally presents itself. I mean, there's this bit down here that was a floor that I previously thought impassable with our movement sets earlier on. Also notice in this room there's something in the top left that looks like it might extend out a little bit. The top room where we had found one of the pearls. Possibly we can go back there and check the top left over there because that looks like that's something accessible from a ceiling climb. It might be nothing. I'm just trying to see what else have we not considered other than crashing against the boss. Because in Metropolis itself, it felt like it checked much of that. So, we had just checked this frost area here to see if we had a way across, and I couldn't seem to make that happen just yet. We might want to go back and hit a save. Let me think about this for a moment and maybe explore some more. So this sends you back up that column, and there could be more to break out against there at some point. Now, but then could I grapple against that object? Oh. Not really, and we're kind of in peril now. I was thinking that maybe it's possible to get far enough there to jump over on top the far segment, but can't really try it at this stage with no health. Okay, we may need to compromise here and find a different save point instead. To just get our setup back in order, first of all. Figure out maybe what other locks that we haven't upped that we might be able to do so now. Not exactly sure. So yeah, we made zero progress in the game today, essentially, but apart from knowledge, significant knowledge. Also, yeah, here, I only just realized that the 3 serial numbers that we found are 3 out of 6. I thought I'd combed the redacted location pretty carefully, apart from it clearly being able to extend to the left in some way that we haven't discovered yet, so that is kind of an open question as well. These are all key items, this stuff here. Silo access, badge, aviaries we've seen. Old-fashioned key we've seen. What we have not done is understand where to plug in candles, which are in the key section here for a reason, that we are meant to unlock something with them eventually. Let's refill 1 or 2. Just for safety, and then we'll... Yeah, maybe 1 more. Okay. Then... yeah, we need to reconsider. Let's get back to a save point for some setup. Also, have we been down here? Oh yeah, we have. Many times, in fact. This is just a lower passage. Again, there might be more to do with ceilings now that we couldn't do before, but nothing that I can see at the moment. You would think after that boss fight we would have cleaned up a lot of dodges by now. That surely something with that must become fluent with time. Well, we might as well backtrack and see what we might have overlooked when it comes to ceilings especially. Goop dropping at me from above. And sure, let's crystallize anyway. It's not much to work with, but we'll take it. If only we remembered this map better from the days when there was more to this game than that one boss fight. Let's change configuration just a little bit here to be adventure ready. And put everything money related back on. Oh yeah, no, we want a free repair. That's more critical. And when we get more points, we'll play with some more of these. Okay, but then this is a bit of a mystery now that I actually don't see an obvious answer to the question of what's next. We should check that lower room just in case. I kind of assumed it was some floor that I didn't have the means to get through, but we haven't looked at it in quite a long time, and there's a lot that's been recontextualized by just the mere existence of the wall climbability. And yeah, we got Striders, Harvester, Intelligent Hairpin. I was trying to see if there were any movement skills I might have forgotten or something. Okay, up and back down, I guess. Unless there's a connection point here we haven't seen. Which I do not think so. Oops. I suppose the big boss fight was just a natural answer for where to go next. What is there to do? Okay, right side drop, and then we'll continue past that passage. I just want to check the bottom room, and of course, if anything piques your curiosity when it comes to ceilings, we'll give that a look as well. So we've been through here before. It's a bit of a dead end where we looted whatever was formerly protected there quite a long time ago. Okay, so there we go, and then this was the room in question where it doesn't look like anything has really expanded here, though, in terms of what we can do. So no special insight in that location just yet. And let's remember to wait for the refresh. Just trying to figure out the natural way to go here. Yeah, maybe there are more walls that we should be checking in Metropolis. I had darted around most of what we see there previously, but Definitely some room for expansion, perhaps. Anyway, let's keep on going. Yeah, because I wonder what we haven't checked. I mean, there are some doors that we still don't really have the keys to. There's, of course, the big fight that we haven't been through, but that's probably not the next big thing on the agenda. Yeah, we'll just have to go back and check locks, I guess. Anyway, I guess we'll hop on some lamps and see what we can do here. And yeah, we'll hold off on buying for just a moment. And probably still worthwhile to get back to the revived zones. Just for that additional context, but anyway, we're going to wrap ourselves here up in the Nexus, and despite having made literally zero progress today and haven't picked up a single thing, we did amass a good bit of knowledge about the fight that was up here, and just couldn't manage to clear it because whatever remains in the pure aerial combat in Phase 3 will have to be learned. Yeah, I kind of thought the natural continuation was supposed to be across the swamp. Maybe it still is, but looks like we should be considering alternatives. And passages that might have been left open. This one down here, for instance, I seem to recall there was some reason there was some difficulty getting to it. But yeah, presumably there's a whole lower section that we can deal with on the map at some point. That's all for today, though, so thank you so much for joining me through all of those attempts at boss fight with Sol and Vin all the way upstairs. And yeah, good luck next time. I don't know how soon we'll get back to that one, but obviously, you know, if we don't find a way around to any other activities, then do what comes naturally, and that's fighting the boss, apparently. Thanks so much for watching. I don't know if we'll necessarily forward to the viewership on a raid today, but we'll take a look around and see what's happening. And until we meet next time with even more of MIO Memories in Orbit, hopefully with a little more headway in the adventure as well. As always, have a wonderful time with everything you may be playing or making or watching or crashing against repeatedly. And above all, fare thee well.